Kingslayer Sloan
said, "Yo."
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, grasshoppers. Rogan, how are you? I posted the pics of my, I spent most of the day and the evening cleaning, squeegeeing. Fortunately, the tiles in the basement allow for very good squeegeeing. And then, of course, Lysol floor stuff. I wanted to use the lemon side floor stuff, but I didn't have my glasses in the basement when I was there, so I couldn't read the ingredients or exactly what it was going to do. So I didn't use the lemon side, which is industrial strength floor cleaner. Aww. Thank you, Ron. Cheers, man. Love you too. I tell you, that hail the presence of Ron Hay needs a few more namastes in it. That's for sure. Rogan and I have the French Bishop Chesscast. There was the latest episode out recently.
Said, "When we thinking about doing the podcast?"
Let's make sure we do it today. I'll try to catch up on all the news today. My wife has someone coming over to help her cleaning the basement and re-cleaning some of the areas that I did, as I am not the best cleaner. I also unfortunately packed away one of the boxes that had water in it.
Kingslayer Sloan.
And I realize now
said,
that I put even further stuff.
"Not much news, TBH."
Ronnie.
Well, I would
said,
like to further
"Hi."
critique the other podcasts that obviously were on the side of the players. Ronnie, good morning. How are you, man? Patrick Wolf on the Perpetual Chess Podcast, believe it or not. The Perpetual Chess Podcast had Patrick Wolf, and Patrick Wolf said that communication was the problem. Obviously, that is always a fault with FIDE. He did agree with the concept that
Ronnie said,
Anamaya is fine with
"Great
sexist."
aiming for 1900 by this month."
Nice. I hope you're studying. I hope you're doing some study. I'm hoping to actually crack and put into class format, a learning format, the conceptual rook endings by Jakob Agard. Basically, I do consider him one of the 3 top trainers in the United States, especially of the higher ranked players. The other 2 would be RB Ramesh and Ivan Sokolov. At the moment, Ivan Sokolov is in my top 3. Going over complete games. By the way, there are 2 amazing books by Marović, since it is his birthday. I highly recommend them because they have, and Ron could, of course, possibly put in links to any Marović books, or
Kingslayer Sloan.
Understanding Pawn
said,
Play by Marović.
"Calling the fine sexist takes the fault away from FIDE and puts it onto some arbiter."
Exactly.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said, "Cap locks."
Dynamic pawn play and understanding pawn play. The great thing about dynamic pawn play, do I have it within reach? Do I have it handy? Basically, each chapter breaks down the most important textbook games on dealing with isolated pawns, backward pawns, hanging pawns, doubled pawns, etc. And I think it finishes with a game between Fischer and Oiva around 1960. It was a Caro-Kann, and it finishes with pawn islands. The number of pawn islands usually determines who is better in a position in the long run. Already we have more people than yesterday. I started off 20 minutes ago messaging the wrong thread. I messaged the members of the Weekday
Kingslayer
Master
Sloan.
Chess Dojo.
Said. Probably not sexist but stupid, annoying, corrupt, and bad for chess, yes.
Yeah. So the other thing that Patrick Wolf said, that it has to be an agreement whether or not prearranged draws are allowed. and that the players were not at fault, and that it was FIDE's fault that they got penalized. But in reality, it was both players' faults. I mean, it was all parties' faults. Let's put it that way. It was all parties' faults. Basically, yes, there have been prearranged draws in the past. In fact, Patrick Wolf was and has been guilty of it. I have been guilty of it. Prearranged draws. Offering an opponent, asking an opponent if they are playing for a win in a game. And being sent back in by the arbiter when a friend and I agreed to a 9-move draw. The arbiter looked at our score sheets, knew that we were friends, and sent us back to play 30 more moves, which we did dutifully. It was somewhat embarrassing to have to go back into the tournament hall, set up the pieces a second time, and continue the game from where we were on move number 9 for another 21 plus moves. And then we shook hands, and then we went to the pub, and we had a drink. That was a tournament where both of us had had an absolutely horrible New York Open. Our result had no bearing on the prize fund nor any further pairings in the tournament. It was the last round game. There are those moments when you just need to get back home and you want to end the tournament, and it doesn't affect anyone. So basically the argument that Patrick Wolf is making, Grandmaster Patrick Wolf has had a lot of experience at the top of the chess world and a lot of experience with prearranged draws. He was also the second for Anand in the 1995 World Championship tournaments. Basically, he said that prearranged draws should be allowed, is what he was inferring. Personally, I believe that no draws by agreement should ever be allowed if we're going to have sponsorship in this game. Basically, a game that is a non-game, basically playing one move, is awkward. And I have been guilty of it too. Well, and hey, knight f3 on the first move. Let's just take a quick peek. Knight f3 on the first move.
Said.
I believe I need
I don't
one
know, but
d5.
they both sold wrong.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. Sound.
This is the Austrian attack. It attempts to avoid the Catalan. And it does a pretty good job of that. And now for something completely different. Obviously, knight to b5 would have been met by queen a5 check, forcing the knight back, and then trouble arises after d4. Unfortunately, I now risk and/or I'm in trouble because my d5 pawn is extremely weak, and I'm going to try to avoid having too much pressure brought upon it. Very natural development. We're going to place our knight on e7. I worked out this coordination before I began moving. And we do have weak dark squares, as well as weak white squares. That knight is going to have to go. And now, do I castle queenside?
JRCHESSKID.
Said.
I feel like I should leave
Have I
him
ever
with that
told
one.
you how I became to be known as J.R. Chesskid? It's a book I'm working on.
J.R. Chesskid. No. How did you become J.R. Chesskid? That is fascinating. We're just going to keep putting pressure on the c4 pawn.
JRCHESSKID.
Said. I'll tell you when we're not busy.
JRCHESSKID.
Thank you so much, J.R. Chesskid.
Said. I'll write a blog on it.
Rook takes.
JRCHESSKID.
Queen takes.
Said. For now, play that game. Renhe is a mercenary.
We can keep our rook on. We can keep our knight on c6 as it turns out, but so now what is the story? Let's just keep protecting and protecting and protecting. Piece coordination.
JRCHESSKID.
Said. I've
This
learned a
pawn for
lot
that
from
pawn.
you, MCD. Just by watching you play, I developed deep skills.
I appreciate that. I am trying my best. We have rook takes c4, queen takes c4, all sorts of things going on here. We may lose a couple of pawns on this diagonal, but we will find out what's going on afterwards. First things first, he definitely has this pawn. And there's not much I can do about it. Queen takes, knight takes. My plan was to return a knight to c5, but I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work. A rook to the 7th rank. Weak back rank. Weak back rank. Awkwardness.
JRCHESSKID.
Said. You had rook a1.
I had rook a1.
JRCHESSKID.
Said. It was an amazing move, X-raying that bishop.
JRCHESSKID.
Said. He had no choice but to let it go.
JRCHESSKID.
Said. I thought you really saw that one.
He's stopping me from playing the most awkward move. Chess? Arg! I don't really want him to play bishop d5. I don't really want him to play bishop to d5. At all. He has a very strong bishop. And now for something completely different. Whoa. Totally unexpected. These bishops are shredding me. That much is true. These bishops are shredding me. Yes. I don't have much of a choice here. Let's get rid of one bishop. And now, to bring pressure to bear on one of these two with the help of our king. Somehow.
Key in chess.
Said. Interesting game. Ron Hay is a tough cookie.
He is a tough cookie. So now for something completely different. Knight move. Knight move. Yes. Wow, he's winning my rook. Rook A8, King G7. How about if we just try to lock out that entire area of the board? We have more attack where that came from. Alright. Let's just make sure that we're not going to be in too much trouble here. How is my knight returning? How is my knight returning? Not so easily as it turns out. So let's see here. Takes, takes, and takes, and threat of check. Could I lose this? Is my king close
Said,
enough to keep this king
I
from
would
being...
love to play in that tourney. Can I join?
Yes, you may. Please make sure you're a member of the dojo and you'll get all the notifications. I don't really want... I want to play for a win here, but I don't see how I can play for a win, unfortunately. So therefore... let's just make a brief pit stop here. Just a brief pit stop. Well, this doesn't work out well. Check there. Takes and takes. This is the real secret to my madness, being in front of my pawns. Somehow I knew Ron might do that. So let's see what we can do. Oh, Ron, you're a tough cookie. Ron is so tough. Good game, Ron. Although I think you were winning. I actually saw a winning plan after I played.
Kingslayer
After you played
Sloan
Bishop D4,
said,
you're winning.
Ron is too good.
Against Knight F3, let me just check to see that I have no more D5s to play. I don't believe I have any more D5s to play. Whoops. I do have 21 E6s. So I do need to answer Knight F3 with E6 more. Right? I need 3 C6s against Knight F3. It just seems strange, but it's an anti-King's Indian attack plan. C6, D5, and Bishop G4. Basically putting our pawns on light squares and exchanging the light squared bishop. Uh-oh, I'm white. I think I need one more G4, but I didn't look. I should have looked. We'll keep going with the G4s on 444. Very bad luck. 444, but I've got a very good luck 8 at the end. Eres Dios Olympico. He's returning it that way for a massive lead in development. This is a good game for my opponent. A very good game for my opponent. I have no safe squares for my king. Let's try to prevent any funny business. Alright, we've got another center pawn. Let's do it. I expected no less from my opponent. Do I sacrifice another pawn? Takes, 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 takes. Takes, takes, takes. And castles, queen h3. I'm mated. Bishop h3 and I'm mated. Knight takes, bishop takes, and I'm not getting castled. Yes, knight takes. Bishop takes e2. I'm not getting castled. And he has knight f3 check, king takes, and queen takes d2. That's no good. My opponent is very strong. I'm not getting castled anyway. That part I expected. I was expecting queen to b4 check in a way as well. Queen to b4 check. And life is rough. Chess. Somewhat forcing the trade of queens. Fork? No fork. No fork. Well, I was also expecting him to play. So now, with all the pawns on the same side of the board, this should not be as awkward. Can we trade? The rook ending is not easier than the bishop ending. But my king is closer to the center. Oh no. I lost a bishop. He didn't fall for it. He did not fall for it. Can you have some paper? I think I put paper on your desk. You can take paper from here. Come over here. See this? This is a thingamajiggy of paper. It has 500 reams in it. 500? Yeah, 500. Reams. All right, now we have some technical difficulties as far as this draw is concerned. So what's the best way? What is the best way to bother him in this position? We might need to weaken his pawns. Even with G and H pawns, he could be in troubles. Do I want to play it that way? Takes, 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 takes check. Oh no, it's not mate. It's not stalemate. Fair enough. He is too good. Eres des Dios Olímpico. What is my record against him? C'est la vie. Namaste. So let's go back for just a brief moment and find out what we need for white on our GTO scale. We're at 1090 in the Knight C3 department. I'm glad that I didn't play another one. GTO. We've changed it to 300 plus moves. Knight C3 is off the table. Knight F3 is off the table. I need 3 more B4s, and my G4s, I'm at 4 in theory. So I need 1 more G4, 3 more B4s today. Probably not getting it this tournament. So let's concentrate on the 1 more G4 to round that one off to 205. Try to bring everybody up. My percentage with G4 is okay. Just okay at 58%. I could do better with A4. But mostly, my opponents are just too good. C3, amazingly enough, is the worst first move. Nope, E3 is the worst first move at the moment. You'd think that wouldn't be the case. But maybe it is for me. Maybe I just don't play enough systems with E3 in it, or C3. I'm not a London player. Chess Kid T is in the house. Where are the weaknesses? No, not passive. I think I would have to go to B7. Just to keep the rook active. Ariel Zamora is always a very unusual player. No, your knight on C6 is more valuable than the bishop on A7, I feel. But he does have a plan to go after further weaknesses. But we have bishops opposite colors, which is going to make it a little tedious.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Perhaps he's just doubling rooks and he's going
VMD
to place
chess
his...
is pretty strong.
VMD chess? Yes, he is. And we already know that Era's Dios Olimpico is a 2300 player. I don't think I lost any rating points for that last one. Let's take a quick peek. Oh, I did lose rating points. How many? Eight.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said.
Thanks.
8.
It's a lot of hard work to get back over 2200, but I feel that my strength is approximately and or reasonably around there. So conceptual rook endings starts off with a complete game, which I'm very impressed by. And it has a lot of really good stuff. And real games, so we will be doing those real games on stream. Activate the rook
Arsenal
first is chapter
Fenrici.
1.
Said. I was playing some nice chess yesterday, but at about midnight lost to a pretty blatant cheater, then tilted until 2 a.m.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, Arsenal fan. Now you're playing outside of a tournament game, right? You're playing games from the quick pairing board. So there are several things to watch out for when using Lee chess. Personally, I think that when you're in the lobby, people that try to farm rating points will usually be choosing their opponents carefully here.
Yeah, usually rating pool is better.
Here. And the other thing I stay away from are rematches. If something happens, I chalk it up to having to learn from it later. And that's it. But here you can farm rating points and people will farm you. So if you're seeking a game and you're putting yourself into the quick pairing into this area, notice that these players aren't interested in playing any person, they're interested in playing strategic people. Now, they like to have a little bit more control over their game and who they get.
Said, tournaments have too many NNS where beginners like to pretend they are 2000 by dotting in assistance during crucial tactical moments.
Yeah, that's possible too, yeah. But I think that happens in the pairing pool. For example, when I want to study openings, I will use an opening book. I won't use computer assistance, but you are allowed to
help
use...
John get YouTube going by watching there. Also https www.youtube.com watch v9 asnfen mrp4.
Arsenal Fenrici
said, the algorithms are hilariously thick.
Is that really the, which one is it? Oh. Yes, you can also do it that way. Watching, and I've joined the Lone Wolf. I have to actually check my email for the Lone Wolf notification because I believe that it is starting tomorrow. The Lone Wolf event.
Kingslayer Sloan
said, yay YouTube.
Arsenal Fenrici
said, I used to play the 45-45 league, but matchmaking is difficult, often time zones, etc.
That is true. Oops. Put it in the wrong chat. My wife got a new watch yesterday. That is a good thing. She'd been using a Fitbit for about 8 years, maybe 9. Absolutely brutal Fitbits. Khalif 100, you're up. So let's see, against knight f3, against e4, and against d4. I'm trying to bring up my stats a little bit. Khalif, where are you, buddy? Wow, Khalif is a 2270 bullet player. Not doing as well in rapid. This is a real disparity. 300 points difference roughly between each. 1600 to 2400. Rounding that up to 2300. What a disparity in his stats.
Kingslayer Sloan
said, when is John going to DOP a long stream on Chess.com?
Well, hell hasn't frozen over yet. I mean, what would I do on chess.com? I would have to organize arena tournaments because I'm mostly into structured streams. If anything, I do structured streams. I can't just get on and play people. So the most recent structured stream I did was a session of Puzzle Survivor.
Kingslayer Sloan
said. John can use my club, I guess.
That's an idea. You're still a team leader in my club, obviously. Alright, where are you? It's time to send him the notification here. Where's the notification? Your turn notification. I don't have it in every note, but copy, message,
Arsenal Fenrici
said. If your opponent loses rating, would it make them a cauliflower?
A cauliflower.
Kingslayer Sloan
said. Arsenal Fanriki tot and cheese sauce yum.
Arsenal Fenrici
said. Can't go wrong, Kingslayer Sloan.
Let's check out Khalif 100. Khalif is also a popular name, Khalif, usually spelled with a K in English. But in California, maybe it's spelled with a C. Wow, he lost 37 rating points. He lost one rapid game and he disappeared. He has 2 games going on. Oh, he's playing bullet.
ICC
said. Good morning.
Arsenal Fenrici
said.
Nice.
My mom used to use a nice trick with broccoli for cauliflower cheese bakes, boiling them in a little bit of bicarbonate of soda, sweetened them up and softened.
Yeah, that's the one thing about broccoli. You definitely have to soften it. Boiling them in a bicarbonate of soda. I think you can just boil them normally though too, right? To soften them? But you sweeten them up with soda. I see.
Arsenal Fenrici
said. And a bit of sugar as well.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Uh-oh, he's on a 24-hour hiatus, Khalif 100, because he missed his Swiss game. I've been there. I actually almost did it the other day. I forgot that I was in the tournament. I got in with about 10 seconds left. Maybe less than 10 seconds. Otherwise, I wasn't going to be able to do my stream and play at the same time. I probably should have let it go, as I ended up losing on time anyway, even though I had a decent position with only 5 to 10 seconds on my clock. I think I built myself up to about 20 seconds before I had to think. Kian Chess Coach. Wait, I didn't give Kian Chess Coach a shout out yesterday. Kian Chess definitely is one of our regulars, and he's a good guy. He needs a camera, maybe a bit better lighting for his stream. For example, yeah, I think just with a camera and a bit better lighting, and he would do well to have a collaborator There's no doubt in my mind that he would do well to have a collaborator. I do better with a collaborator as well. I'm very happy when chat is active.
Said. Oh, Lycus.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. I like Kayan because they're a fair player.
He is very honest with his mistakes.
Said.
That's for sure.
Another rookie mistake.
I tell you what, if I were to get a divorce, God forbid, and have so much extra time on my hands, I could probably be streaming on all platforms. I did get an offer to stream on chessclub.com, but the offer was not monetary.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Chesscom is Goldman Sachs, Lycus is government bonds.
Indeed. You get a very small investment return on Lichess, but you have a chance for greater investment returns on cheese.com. Good analogy, Arsenal fan. Or is it a metaphor? I believe it's an analogy. Yasmin Rakrasher. How are we doing with our team, by the way? We're up to 2077.
Arsenal Fenrici.
We do need to build this up.
Said. I intended as metaphor but works both ways.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. Must I pour water over Lycus servers?
I'm afraid to play g4 because the count may be off. If you really want to help chess.com, it would not be the first time that someone has poured water on the Elite Chess servers in order to bolster the investment return. All right. Whoa! What is my opponent up to here? Okay, I am game. Need to develop by hitting our opponent's pieces.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. But honestly, John the First have seen the light.
And now knight takes e5. It's time to get him to go away. He has sacked a piece. He must go away. Am I trying to hang on to anything? Good morning, hon.
Morning. My watch was in the back by the back door.
Oh, so you got your watch.
Yeah.
So start charging it.
I have Carlos come in. You have any tissues here? Kleenex?
I do not. I have one. I just finished the last one of this box. We might have to order.
Pegasus SVE.
Said. How long does a chess game take in this competition? Waiting for phone calls and using my mobile as connection. Will the internet connection be interrupted if I receive a call? Unfortunately, my usual connection is not working today.
Let's just prevent any funny business. Preventing any funny business. Although Queen C5 might have been the most natural move. Queen C5, Queen F2. My rook is tied down to defending H3. Not happy about that. My bishop is somewhat pinned. And now for something completely different. Where's he headed? E4. H5. G3.
JRCHESSKID.
Yeah, I was going to bring my queen across to the king's
AMCD.
side. He did have knight h5, but I just played king f2. Once I connect my rooks, then I think resignation might be in order. Oh no! What happened, Chess Kid? This is a good tournament to... Oh no! Chess Kid, where are you?
JRCHESSKID.
Said.
Chess Kid, where are
You're
you?
muted, sir.
Am I?
The Truth ICC.
This is
Said.
time to watch on YouTube.
He
then.
is not muted.
If for any reason there are sound issues, you can catch the stream on YouTube. I've noticed that the Twitch server seems to drop my sound.
The Truth ICC.
Said. Refresh.
Chess Kid, you're about to forfeit.
JRCHESSKID.
Said. I can't hear him.
I believe your internet is sketchy there, because you might have gotten booted out of the tournament.
The Truth ICC.
Said. Or see if you have your browser muted.
Sometimes my microphone takes over as my speaker. I don't know how to explain it, but my microphone takes over as my speaker. It's a very, very strange thing that happens. Well, desktop audio? Okay, good. The desktop audio was just on a hiatus for music.
JRCHESSKID.
The
Said.
double A.
I think I'm gonna quit chess for some time.
I don't understand what that really means. You're gonna quit thinking?
JRCHESSKID.
Said. Seriously.
But why? What is the motivation for quitting chess?
JRCHESSKID.
Said. I'm gonna stop playing chess these days.
This is actually a good time to evaluate whether or not playing an alternative form of chess. There are people that like to play atomic kings,
JRCHESSKID.
Said. I
Other
need some
things.
motivation.
b4, b5, and knight c6. Yes, motivation does help. There's a weakness.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. Just DOM puzzles or chessable.
The other option for the weakness is to play h5
said,
king moves and then
My
attack the
family
knight and
thinks
promote
my
the pawn.
chess is a waste of my time, sir,
Kingslayer Sloan.
said.
Yes.
Do a different form of chess.
Well, what I think you should be emphasizing to your family is the process of decision making
JRCHESSKID.
that is involved.
Said. I can't play a single game without disturbance or getting shouted at.
Disturbance. This is unfortunately a very common occurrence in some households. I've had many youngsters quit, and usually I'm not trying to stereotype, so I'm going to throw that in immediately, if not sooner. I do not want to stereotype.
Said. I have no say but to quit.
But often this is a result of Indian parents. Occasionally Chinese parents, but I would say 9 times out of 10. Nine times out of 10, it is a result of parents wanting the best for you at such an intense level. Parents wanting the best for you at such an intense level that
JRCHESSKID.
Said.
it's just awkward.
Not really.
No, they do want the best for you. They want you to do something more with your time. And the hard part is convincing them that chess is an activity that helps you practice your decision making, your critical thinking skills.
JRCHESSKID.
Said. They just don't like me playing chess cause when they call me I tend not to hear them.
Well, this is true of everyone. Basically, I over-focus on TV shows as well.
Said. And I opt to quit a game and lose rate hike.
JRCHESSKID.
Said. Which is more depressing.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. So everything seems to be guarded at the moment. Ali Reza. Ouch. Maybe the pawn didn't belong on g7 after all.
JRCHESSKID.
Said.
Are we going to win this with
But
the outside
someone once
passed pawn?
told me the ones close to you will hurt you the most.
Arg. Ariel is a very sneaky fellow. I think that if we were to boil it down, the pawn didn't need to go to g7 until it was time, or did it matter?
JRCHESSKID.
Said. And that it's a tough road, but quieting just says you listened to them criticizing you and left your dream behind.
Chess is always there for you, whether you do it now or later. So in this position, obviously we had to see that coming. What was our opponent's intention?
JRCHESSKID.
Said. Or adults it's different.
No. It's the same thing for adults. Basically, if I were to give up chess for a period of time, and I did to a great extent, I've worked on my pool game, I worked on my billiards game, and in that sense, I came back to chess my strength had not yet necessarily
Kingslayer Sloan
waned more
said,
than it
You
normally.
have option MRJRC, see what you can do,
JRCHESSKID.
We'll talk soon.
said. GTG,
Maybe if I talk to your parents
JRCHESSKID.
at some point.
said. See you later MCD,
JRCHESSKID.
It
said.
depends on goals.
I'll see
What
if I
are
can
their
get
goals?
time to
They
come
can't
back.
say don't play chess if you don't have something else. What do they want you to focus on instead? What do they wish for you to focus on instead? So I think we've gotten in 3 d5s. We only need 2 d5s to get the 55. We're playing the true Scandinavian. By the way, this is the Scandinavian defense. Queen takes d5 would be the center counter game. Just like white has the center game, e4, e5, d4, queen takes d4, that is the center game. E takes d5, queen takes d5 is the center counter. And now we transpose into a Caro-Kann. This is a line that I often recommend. Now, however, life gets a little bit tougher around the e4 square. I'm sorry, the d4 square. I was just looking at e4 as an option. h3, bishop takes f3. If I play bishop h5, he has knight takes e5. This pawn sacrifice for black is more than worth it. Everyone has to experience this pawn sacrifice to realize that you don't want to take it on c6. Black is better in most of these lines because of the control of d4, the backward d pawn, the pressure on the d file. It's fascinating. Not even sure I have. Bishop takes f2. Rook e1, bishop takes f2, king takes f2, queen to b6 check. King to f1. Knight to e4. And how does he defend? Bishop g4 could have been a mistake on my part. Bishop f5 and bishop d3 could have been a much better move. Even queen to d3 in that last position might have been a better move. All right. So now how do we dive in? And now for something completely different. Queen d4, d3, bishop e3. Awkward. Do we sack a second pawn? No. We're just going to intensify the pressure on f2 as much as we can. We have managed it. It's just awkward, folks. That's what it is. It is just awkward. Takes, takes, takes. It's unfortunate. I have a weak back rank. Takes, takes. Where does his rook move to? Probably I should have used that opportunity to get my king into the center. That would have been more useful than A5. Awkward. King F4. I really don't need all of my pawns being weak. I am trying to win this after all. And if I am trying to win this, that was a very good move. I needed my rook behind the pawn. I'm not sure why I put my rook on b6 passively at all.
Arsenal Fenrici
said. Lot of only moves I had to find in my last game.
The Real von Zilla
said. Greetings from Toronto, Canada. How are you this fine morning?
Oops. Yep. I tried my best. It wasn't going to be today. Janzilla, Vonzilla, how are you? Good morning and good afternoon. Good morning to you, yes. I'm always used to people coming in from Europe or Asia. Not necessarily are many North Americans awake this early on a Sunday morning, especially those who watch Twitch late into the evenings on Friday and Saturday nights. For anyone in the chat who's not yet subscribed on YouTube, it is an excellent way to support the stream. You don't have to hit the notify button. You don't have to ring the bell to get notifications if you don't wish to, but it's good to have it handy in case the audio goes out on Twitch, because it definitely does not go out on YouTube.
The Real von Zilla
said, yes, I woke up early randomly today even though I was on Twitch till 4 a.m. last night XD.
Indeed, I know the Twitch audience pretty reasonably well. Either A, you haven't gone to sleep yet, and you're on the West Coast like Vancouver, and it's just, like 6 a.m. for you. I have to find my glasses. This is my backup pair of glasses. When I was cleaning the basement from the flood yesterday, I did post some pictures in the Discord of the flood damage in my neighborhood. In the general area, I think. Thought about taking the kayak out, but I would have to get to the kayak, which is in the backyard, which was on the other side of the flood. So next time there's a flood, or next time there's an expected flood of this category, I'm going to bring the kayak into the basement. It also helps to save items in the basement by getting into the kayak. Maybe I can tie it up to the stairs going down into the basement.
Hello there.
Yasmin Rockrusher, how are you? Thank you for joining us this morning. I believe you might have been in the Simul yesterday. Could be Yazi Namra Crusher. So your first name could be Yasminra, or it could be Yasi.
The Real von Zilla
said, oh you floods, hope you didn't lose anything valuable sentimental. I used to work in restoration, it can get really bad.
I believe that I lost the Nautica Nordic track S220. S222i. I'm not entirely sure that it's going to turn on, and we did lose the freezer. Unfortunately, it was not quite high enough. We thought it was high enough. It was actually quite high, but it wasn't high enough. The trick was that my wife tried to turn it on immediately after the flood rather than waiting for it to dry out. The electronics needed to dry, so you don't really want to turn the freezer on. Just keeping it closed should have been fine for most of the stuff in the freezer. Fortunately, most of the stuff in the freezer was waffles for my grandson and other things. I'm going to be having a lot of waffles today. Eggo waffles and otherwise. We're going to try to eat everything that was in that freezer today and tomorrow. It is a holiday weekend here in the United States. It is Martin Luther King Day. Rogan pinned the comment with the current stream in YouTube. Thank you, Rogan. Kingslayer Sloan, ladies and gentlemen. Kingslayer Sloan and I, whoops, did not get the second S in there. Kingslayer Sloan and I have a podcast, the French Bishop Chesscast. What do I need as white? I think I've cleaned out my G4s. I'm not entirely positive. But I do know that I think I started b4s. I'm at 207 on b4. This looks all well and good until you realize that that pawn is defended by the bishop. It's probably the #1 way that people lose a pawn in this opening. And he does gain a bit of time. There's no helping that. Just going to increase our space advantage. To the best of our ability, our opponent's playing a King's Indian. Looks lovely. And now for something completely different. Is he going to get the move e5 in? Is he threatening bishop to g4? Let's do a little restriction. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm afraid that we're going to have to trade off some material now. Where's the queen going? It was a connect the dots. So my original chess coach, William J. Colligan, aka Joe Colligan, actually referred to that as not seeing half-move tactics. Literally not seeing half-move tactics. Now, of course, there he had to see the half-move tactic. And by the way, the half-move tactic that he's referring to is called takes. Not seeing, takes. Put a piece on a square, takes. Not a good sign, but it is a very common hurdle to overcome, and then it gets deeper. You push it back further and further and further. The half-move tactic called takes can be anticipated. Another clippable moment. How did I move into... Oh, one of my opponents won, increasing the number of my tiebreak points. Basically, if you win, you get all of your opponent's tournament points toward your tiebreak. And if you draw with someone, you get only half of their tournament points for tiebreak. And of course, if you lose, you get none of your opponent's points for tiebreaks. So not only has Bishop's opponents done very well, he's also defeated most of them. And he got half of the other person's tiebreaks, which is giving him this number as well. And it also explains why people have 8.75, because they have 2 draws. They have draws with someone who's drawn. Or they may have drawn a couple of people who've drawn. Alireza GM, for example, may or may not have 2 opponents who've drawn. Nope, that wouldn't explain it. Kian chess coach
Kingslayer Sloan
said, there are WFMs out there asking 101 an hours for lessons.
$101 an hour. Well, I think the fact that they are female as chess coaches
said, John, my apologies, you are on point with your prices.
Well, my price is not for the hour though, so he already knows that my lessons could be as long as 3 hours with the current rate of $180 on the Twitch, but in reality I've switched to a monthly rate where someone pays something along the lines of $500 for the month, and they're going to get at least 5 such lessons.
Said, until the students drop.
Yeah, until the students drop. I teach until the students drop, exactly. Until I see them yawning, fading, their eyes get a little droopy, then we have to close the lesson out. Because real tournament games, Rogan, real tournament games, as you already know, could be very long. You're playing one very long game, and you need that stamina of question and answer, rigorous questioning, rigorous reinforcing of principles and being aware of what the opponent's ideas are, and where the weaknesses are, rigorous reinforcing of these concepts until they are internalized for the long haul. Every single move is a game. So I know Rogan recently was almost conned into a longer classical game in his local club. He explains this on our French Bishop Chesscast. And he was not in the mood to play a longer tournament game. He had come to the club to play some blitz with people, and everyone was in the tournament. If you haven't exactly followed our French Bishop Chesscast, you can find the links here on either iHeartRadio, Spotify, Amazon, or Audible. I'll add the Apple when I get a chance. Especially since I have an opportunity at the end of February. My Apple Plus TV subscription, free 3 months, runs out February 24th. I think we subscribed to it on November 24th, around Thanksgiving. We had 3 months free. There's a lot of stuff happening here. A discovery. Could be time to castle. Lose a pawn with check. I don't think so. So, we have a hard time reinforcing this one. Maybe tickling a weakness on f2. Queen to d4 in reply. Ali Reza, we seem to be on the wrong side of this game. Ali Reza hasn't chimed in that much. Whoa. I don't think that does what you think it does. Thank you very much. Ali Reza has been off tactically lately. Now there is a risk of skewer on the back rank, the exchange of queens, the removing of the defender, the breaking of the pin, basically, with queen to d4, takes, and the queen is still defended. I was really torn in that instance. As the knight was guarded twice, we probably could have tried to capture the free rook on a8 as well. We went for the instant conservative. We are up 2 pieces. Let's simplify this game option. This is a very serious threat now, given the fact that queen, rook to h8 is in the cards. Now, I was actually thinking that if we took the rook, we have the threat of mate on this side, but he's going for the rook on the other side of the board. And it's ladder mated. Ladder mate, ladies and gentlemen. Another check to come right after that one before he takes the queen. Good, nice work, Arsenal fan. Nice work when you can get it. Let's give Arsenal fan a quick shout out as well as our erstwhile diligent moderator. Love Arsenal fan Richie's logo. It's a good one. So let's see. We still need B4, I believe. Unfortunately, we have to play it. It's part of our GTO strategy. Isn't that fascinating? Queen to F3 might have been more to the point. But it looks like we're going to get it again, as it turns out. He had E4. We are still threatening what we're threatening, yes? Our goal is merely to get castled. That's our primary goal. To get castled, to exchange some of our opponent's weaknesses. Perhaps limit his bishop just a little bit, and his rook. Alright, fair enough. You do have something of an attack. We're going to keep expanding in the center. Now for something completely different. Takes. Takes. Let's put his knight on G7. It's unfortunate. Chess. You do have me here. That much is true. You do have me here. I am in trouble.
Arsenal Fenrici
said. Cheers for shout out.
Really? Takes, check. He has a mating net. How rude. How rude of him.
Arsenal Fenrici
said. I like NG7, can't say you're not an optimist.
I'm going to lose on that side of the board. Yes, I was in trouble. Thank you, Bishop 4343, for not making me look like an absolute
Arsenal
beginner.
Fenrici
said. Nice hold.
Things could have gotten really, really awkward had I taken my pieces off of their best squares. So B4 holds up. E3 remains. Let's see, against E4, I believe we only need one more D5. Scandinavian. Remember, queen takes D5 is actually called the center counter game. So let's see. Bishop g4 is the worst of these variations. This also is very questionable to castle too early. There are other moves that could have been played. Objectively, I'm speaking from age-old theory. Age-old theory, unfortunately, on my part. Now, I don't play this opening regularly, if at all. However, I am playing the number 2 player in this event, so I have to act rigorously. Rigorously. To finish my development. When pieces are attacked, do not move them. I'm not sure what he's thinking about here. There is only one move. Rook d5 was interesting, to say the least. We have to answer forks with forks. And now for something completely different. We are trying to win a piece here. Rook to b1 was what I was expecting, not rook to d1. And now for something completely irrelevant. Our rook gets the open file. Check. Knight moves. Or do we keep the weaknesses? Can try to keep the weaknesses. Keeping the weaknesses. We have to go after the proper weaknesses. I'm not sure what he's thinking about, because I thought he had the same plan in mind that I thought he had. But it's not that good, obviously, given my last move. But he has to consider what is going on. I did expect that one. If he wasn't going to follow through on his plan, which was to eliminate my b7 pawn, that's fascinating. Not what I was expecting at all. Not what I was expecting at all. Last chance for counterplay. Arsenal fan, a worthy third place. I barely managed to catch up with him. I didn't even know I was catching up with him. Whew. Nicely done, everybody. Once again,
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Well played UET, mind a few redemptions at some point to learn to beat you again.
Yeah, you read my number. In the early days of our stream, you definitely had my number. I think that you were at least plus less than a dozen at whatever moment. But then again, I've never stopped.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said.
Yeah.
I stopped playing for too long, I know that much.
Yeah, it's hard because family's important. Hopefully, I believe it's the daughter is doing very okay. You might have two. I apologize if I've forgotten. She's getting older and definitely needs your attention. Just like my grandson. So when I'm not streaming, it's basically because
Arsenal
my
Fenrici.
grandson is...
Said. But in that game you had my number, I should VE played D5, but DXC5 felt worth exploring.
Yeah, D5 is definitely the move. I couldn't catch... I had my chance to try to beat... I really have no respect for this opening as black. No respect for it as black. This is the only way to play it. Years ago, I used to make a clobbering, a killing, against bishop to G4, C4, C5, and no one would ever find the best move, knight on B to D7. Almost everybody would play knight to D5 and allow queen to B3, bishop to C4, and the weakness of that square was just immense, with all the white squares being weak. They don't really want to trade off their bishop.
3 kids, 2 girls and 1 boy, but I don't stop playing cause of them. It's because of mental health. There are such an ocean of cheaters. I simply can't enjoy chess when I'm getting refunds on a daily basis.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. This opening is garbage immo.
Yeah, it is. It is garbage. I agree. If I didn't have to play it, I wouldn't be playing it. So basically, let's just take a look at our D5. It says we're at 53.
Arsenal Fenrici.
But I feel like it hasn't caught up.
OTBID have played D5, OTBID have played D5 but wanted to explore DXC.
Yeah, I feel like I've got almost enough counterplay after D takes C5. Yeah, it's still working. 59 other players are being indexed ahead of me. But it should have caught up on my previous one.
You need to change something in that chess process, does not sound healthy.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. I underestimated BF5, I think you had it after QC2 as well.
I did. But on Queen C5 you had Knight H4. On Bishop F5 you have Knight H4. So that's why I chose to expose the diagonal first. So yeah, it first occurred to me here to play Bishop F5. But I felt like Knight H4...
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. QC2 BF2 NH4 NG3.
Yeah, but Knight takes F5, Knight takes F1. My knight's not getting out. You just get to keep capturing, and it's 2 pieces for a rook, which I feel is in your favor, especially if that bishop is gone. So I can't take the rook. Oh, I could take with check. Is that the story? You can take with check? Let's take a look at that ever so briefly. Yeah, this is still pretty ugly. This is still pretty ugly. And I'm willing to maintain that after knight takes
Arsenal
F1.
Fenrici.
Said. I was thinking NXF5, but yeah, probably game continuation is better. I was thinking NXF5, but yeah, probably game continuation is better.
And B3. The knight's not going anywhere. Just getting uglier and uglier. Maybe my knight's trapped. Maybe this isn't such a great idea. Take a quick peek. Knight takes g7, knight to g3, f takes g3. Bishop h6 is also good.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Yeah, it's all ugly.
Said.
I mean, maybe not, but mentally, it's what turned me into a reasonably strong player. It's the only reason I started playing in the first place, to see how good I could get. It is what it is. Our ratings are only the average of our performance over time. So with the refunds and everything. So knight takes c5, bishop f5. You thought for too long on this one, I thought. There's no squares for the queen.
Fenrici.
Said. It's not about the point. It's not about the points, John.
No, it's not about the points, obviously. Yeah, I didn't think that you should take. I thought you should retreat your rook to a good square and try to embarrass my pieces. And now stuff is getting a little sketchy. I played the best move. And now I get to take. And did I miss something? Knight a5 first? Ah. Knight a6 first, yeah. Rook to b1, bishop takes a3. I mean, you're better developed here. If you can get a rook to the 7th rank, you're going to be great.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. I missed a lot. TBH missed bxf3, missed queen. Said.
Yeah.
Missed b5.
Oh, b5. Yeah, that was like, I thought your continuation was really good. I had to weigh this up very, very carefully.
Said.
When we reached that point. Like, that was a lot of work to get your rook to the b2 square. And rook to d4 was the best move. So in this position, I saw your idea of knight e4. If I allowed knight e4, I felt like you were getting the maximum amount of counterplay against my b7 pawn, my pawns in the 7th rank, etc. And you might even get behind the a pawn before I can get onto your a pawn at all. So the only way to get there while taking pawns was this, and I thought knight e4 was the best move. But apparently, rook to b4 and knight to e4 and knight to d5 are all identical. So this is how I thought the game would play out.
TBF Kramnik and I share a lot of opinions.
Do you? And you, but not lifestyles, as you've not been banned. You've not been banned from Chess.com yet. Yeah, this is ugly. You need to keep the knight on the board. I'm starting to think that Kramnik is becoming more and more emotional.
I thought nd5 maybe after rd4.
Yeah, that was possible.
Said. Planning and...
It is just lost. It's pretty bad. Dražen Marović is one of my favorite authors in chess. He wrote another couple of books, Secrets of Positional Chess, Secrets of Attacking, Secrets of Positional Chess, Secrets of Chess Transformations, basically getting from the opening to the middle game successfully and getting from the middle game to the end game successfully. Secrets of Chess Transformations, basically hurtling from one advantage toward another advantage.
Said. Live and learn. I knew d5 was best move and opted not to play it, but fell apart after rd1.
King Slayer
Yeah,
Sloan.
Rook d1 was a natural move.
Arsenal fan Ricky, I believe you can detach. You seem grounded.
Natural
King
moves
Slayer
can lead to
Sloan
natural disasters.
John, who is someone Ipoao can interview.
Arsenal fan Richie.
Said. Kingslayer Sloan, when I detach myself from caring about chess, I choose not to play it, tbh.
Well, I mean, there are quite a number of good choices
King
to
Slayer
interview.
Sloan.
Said.
We need someone who's not
Arsenal
in
fan
the...
Ricky, you're a funny fellow.
Arsenal fan Richie.
Said. I know.
All in all, that was a very good tournament, even though I lost 2 games that I probably shouldn't have lost. And Bishop G4 I knew was bad. I said it, I called it. E5 straight away is the most natural move. Bishop F5, Bishop D3, just locking down on that square. And then I tried my best. E4 straight away. Why did I not consider this move? Knight E1 H5. That's the move I did not consider. I considered only exchanging and playing knight to D4.
As it
said. Oh yeah, that looks strong.
Yeah, this gambit for white is really not that good. So taking is very low on the totem pole. I think that black is better despite the computer thinking that it's equal. Black just has so much more natural to play. D3, E5, it's just very awkward for white. Yes, we can struggle in this opening, and I have tried that in the past. The other one, which is really good, which I'm not a huge fan of either, is the Icelandic Gambit. I have finished on Chessable the Icelandic Gambit. Short and sweet. I wasn't going to invest in the actual thing. But perhaps since I'm going to Iceland, I should consider playing the Icelandic Gambit. Chessable offers a lot of structured, routine. You can actually follow me on Chessable. I am the same name on
Arsenal
Chessable.
fan Richie.
Said. I remember seeing e4 d5 x5 nf6 c4 c6 d4, wondering what the point in weakening the structure was, but I guess it's just that white hasn't committed to develop anything yet, so you can turn it into a decent IQP.
Kukichik.
Said. Hi.
Well, honestly, you're playing the white side of the Panov Caro-Kann. So if you like to play the Panov Caro-Kann, that's exactly where I feel you should head for the easiest advantage. Knight c3 or d4. d4 is a Caro-Kann now. And we're just going to play knight c3 and we're going to continue on our merry way, but we all know that these positions are just as easy for black to play. Look at that. Knight c3, knight c6, and knight f3, g6, the g6 lines, the knight c6 lines, and potentially even the e6 lines are all good for white.
Arsenal fan Richie.
Are all good for black.
Said. nf3 is a forced draw IIRC.
Knight f3. forced draw?
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. There was some line where you play bg4 trade on f3 and everything gets liquidated. There
That
was
line.
some.
Yes, let's look at that line.
Said.
It's the main line of the Caro-Kann.
Pascal told me a few years back.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a forced draw. I think white is better. I've managed to lose that on a number of occasions as black. And I've worked my tuchus off to win it as white. So the drawback in that line is that the dynamics of white having bishop versus knight, let's just say it's this line. Knight c6, knight f3, bishop g4, c takes d5, knight takes d5, queen to b3. I actually played this yesterday. G takes f3, e6, queen takes b7, knight takes d4, bishop to b5, check. I think I managed to win this yesterday. I'm trying to remember how I managed to win this. Let's go to my player database as black. Oh no, I should have won it. I played it against Ron Hay yesterday. And he took immediately on d5 with the queen. But I've had the most difficulty with...
I like the g6 b6 lines for black. I like the g6 b6 lines for black.
Yeah, I prefer those too. We might have even talked about that at some point in the past. Queen takes b5, queen to d7.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. Hi.
Bishop to b5, check is often thrown in. E takes d5 and queen takes d5. So this is in theory supposed to be the forced draw line, but it is far from easy. I would call this better for white on average.
ChatGPT made a nice interview format for guests.
Really?
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Yeah, d5 is weak, but I guess you could give it up and still claim equality.
But white actually has quite a bit of play. I've managed to lose this. IRL, this was also the line that I held as a draw in order to become a master originally in 1989.
AI is pretty cool when it's not the farming version.
The farming version. I avoid this line. By the way, you can avoid this line, Arsenal fan Richie, by playing bishop to g5. And then you get the bishop e6, g6 lines. That is where the bishop e6 and g6 lines come in.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said.
Yeah.
bg5 is what I've played OTB.
But I wouldn't say that knight f3, bishop g4 is a forced draw by any means. That is the line that Bobby Fischer played against Max Oiva.
It's important that that joke sunk in.
There it is. I found it. Dražen Marović's understanding pawn play that I was recommending to Ronnie 216 earlier. The last game in the book is exactly that line. Fischer-Oiva, Olympiad 1960.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said.
And it's in the Pawn
Kingslayer
Islands chapter.
Sloan, I don't get it while sober, maybe when I'm plowed.
Uh-oh, I'm not getting that back into the bookshelf at this angle.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said.
Ava played
bg5 or nf3.
Ava was black because Bobby Fischer actually clocked the Caro-Kann with the Panov attack.
Kingslayer Sloan.
In that game.
Said. AI artificial insemination in farming terms,
I forget that you are
Arsenal
in ranch
Fenrici.
country.
said. Ah ha ha.
Farming. AI, artificial insemination. That is brutal. So should we attempt one more time to do the simul again? That is the question. We're at 2077 in members. I don't know how many we picked up yesterday. I think we picked up quite a number of can we make it to 2100 in rating? So let's just say 25 hours ago we picked up the usual suspects for the tournament. So this is, where are we? 2. So this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25 new members. But we were roughly at, that's about right. We were at 2053 or so when I looked at the beginning yesterday. Simultaneous exhibition. We are doing the French Bishop Chesscast simul promotion.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. I think we could get I am Toth.
If you want to go for I am Toth, he would be a great person to get on the podcast. Five plus 5. 50 minutes plus 50 seconds. Now, I don't know that the extra time per player was ever there in the past, but we're going to go for it. Estimated start time, 11 a.m.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. I think this is a tour place to shine, John.
This isn't, or this is.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. This is.
Host a new simul.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. You're very good at talking to chess players.
Oh, I don't know about that. Very good? I would say good. But I don't know about very good. Very good is relative. So where were we? We are, good morning. Who's that? Is that my daughter in the doorway? We also have
Kingslayer
someone over
Sloan
to help us
said.
clean.
Dude, you've tailed to Morphe.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said.
I've tailed to Morphe.
Toggled.
I've talked to Morphe. All right, let's see if we can find our stream. Good morning. Buenos dias. I think we can go with simultime. All right, it worked.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Jail Kamal.
Stockfish FC.
Thanks for following.
Jay Kamal, thank you for following indeed. We run tournaments every weekend in the dojo. Now, let's see here. Oh, it takes it in from that side. It's very annoying that it takes it in from that side. Let's pull it up like this.
Stockfish FC.
Said. No problem, I will always be with you.
And now, content display. I think it was this one. Gonna tidy this up a little bit, bring that in. Move it over.
Stark.
Said. Hanged K8212.
This way we can do some puzzle
King
streak
Slayer
while we
Sloan.
do.
Said. Stockfish, good on yacht.
Thanks for following Stockfish. I do have to keep open the lines of
King
communication.
Slayer Sloan.
Said. I'm asleep so we can do Stiff John.
With YouTube. There he is on YouTube. Thank you for the sub. Subscribe on YouTube, please. You don't have to hit the bell. I find Stockfish Football Club pretty funny. JK Kamal. JL Kamal. That is very funny. Yeah, please sleep. I felt in the last podcast I was very either drunk or
Stockfish FC.
Said. It's my dad's name.
oh, that's what I did last time to get it up. That's what I did last time to get it up. Ah! Control Z. Thank for God for Control Z.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Good job.
But meanwhile, it's also possible.
Fenrici.
Said. Kingslayer Sloan.
Whoops. Escape. What happened here? I accidentally zeroed it out.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Arsenal fan Ricky Bro likes Arsenal.
Pegasus SWE.
Said. 3.
The
Arsenal
chess.com mate.
Fenrici.
Said. Stockfish, not at the moment I don't.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Arsenal fan Ricky yay.
Where is my lead chess enhancement?
Stockfish FC.
Said. Chelsea is better.
Chelsea is better. Lead chess enhancement. There we go. Now we've enabled it. Lead chess enhancement.
Shaken, not stirred.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. League don't lie, Brighton are better than Chelsea right now.
There we go. Now our tournament, our event is back. Check followed by mate. Danya D.
Arsenal fan Ritchie.
Said. Haha, West Ham are above Chelsea too.
West Ham.
Arsenal fan Ritchie.
Said. That must hurt as a blue.
JSX.
Said. JSX04.
This doesn't really remove the defender. How difficult could this one be? Let's just... Seriously, folks, when you're thrown into a position, it's very different. Where did we lose? We have Hanesh. Welcome. Please subscribe on YouTube. It is immensely important to get those...
Arsenal fan Ritchie.
Said. Rka 3KXB5 RB3 Ka5 RXB6.
Indeed. Setting up the skewer. Setting up the skewer. Ron Hay in the simul. God help us. Ron Hay is going to increase his lead over me immensely.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Arsenal fan Ricky Arsenal don't even have a Champions League UCNT talk.
Arsenal fan
They
Ritchie.
don't have a Champions
Said.
Lodge?
If Ron S playing, I'm playing.
Arsenal fan Ritchie.
Can't believe yesterday I
Said.
only lost 2 games out of the
Stockfish,
12.
well, at least we're in it.
Gregory, are you here? Gregory, are you here? I really do have to work on making certain that I get some instructional content every weekend.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Arsenal fan Ricky, and at least we don't live under a rock.
Like most Americans do?
Arsenal fan Ritchie.
Said. There is always next season for Chelsea after they splooge another 500 million on average players.
Taking advantage of a pin. When something is pinned, it is not guarded. It is just plain not guarded. Gregory, are you here, sir? Gregory.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Arsenal fan Ricky, first tell Arsenal to win the Champions League, then talk.
Then talk. So cruel of you. Deathmaster 999. Check in. This looks like it's just winning a bishop.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Now let's be nice.
Arsenal fan Ritchie.
Said. Stockfish, I feel like I touched a nerve. I apologize for pointing out that there are 3 other London sides in front of Chelsea right now along with Brighton.
Oh, we didn't change our stream title.
Arsenal Fenrici.
said. Yet truce.
And the link for the simul. Copy URL. Pardon me. Danya D ducked out. Where are you, Danya D?
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. I wonder if I've not percolated the tactics into my playing organically yet. Bless you, maybe trying to force them too much in positions.
Possibly. Did I pin it? I don't know if I pinned it.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Arsenal fan Ricky, and I am sorry for reminding you the last time Arsenal won the league was 2003.
Arsenal
league, yes.
Fenrici.
Said. QF3
21 years ago.
KH4G 5KH5
Way overdue.
QH3.
Yep. Just in time. Now this is usually a free piece. But maybe it's not. Maybe we need to go on the other side of the board and just take the bishop. That's probably the easiest.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Stockfish, I'm sorry for reminding you that 2003 was also the year that Chelsea started existing as a serious football club, and 2022 was the year they stopped existing as a serious football club.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. After being funded by Vlad the Impaler's best buddy.
Mate and one. Can't go to coffee break out of 8 and 1. Looking for a coffee break here. We're gonna. Or a mate and 2. Doing some puzzle streak while we wait. This is a removing the defender, aka line opening. I'm going to be doing a lot of work on my book, Roken.
Said. QXH6RH4.
Let's skip this one. This is a very bizarre song. I wish I could dislike some of these songs. Stockfish, you're back in. Sorry about that.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Arsenal fan Ricky, I'm sorry for reminding you it has been 8 years since Arsenal was in a Champions League.
Discovery. Let's not let him get what's the opponent's big idea. Stockfish FC, thank you for the applause. Great to have you here. We stream at this time every weekend. Usually I'm giving a private lesson right about now. I do have a lesson later in the day for
Stockfish FC
said, I'm so nice.
Arsenal Fan Ritchie
said,
what happened to our...
Stockfish, I'm sorry for reminding you that Chelsea's best player is a 38-year-old.
Stockfish FC
said, am I not?
Control C, our stream title. Definitely follow the French Bishop Chesscast. Just need a few more people to check in on stream. French Bishop Chesscast links. Also available on the Simul window. If you've not yet listened, Arsenal fan, thank you for your kind comments
Arsenal
on the
fan
YouTube
Ritchie
podcast.
said, Stockfish, you're lovely. I think we can be best friends.
What's happening here?
Stockfish FC
said, Arsenal fan Ricky, yes sir.
Arestios Olympico
Said,
And we escape.
hello.
Arsenal Fan Ritchie
Said, NF3.
And F3. Mate. This does look like it's checkmate in 2.
BK
So far, nothing
said.
too serious here.
Sigma muscle.
Sigma Muscle, thank you for following. Oh, where'd you go? I'm afraid I apologize when you had to leave. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube. You don't have to hit the bell for the notifications. I know how awkward that is.
Arsenal Fan Ritchie
Said,
Not stirred.
QG4QC8.
T
Said, hello.
He checked in yesterday. And then we'll have to do a customary.
Hello there.
Yes, Queen G4, Queen C8, picking up the rook. Rook takes check,
Stockfish
followed by
FC.
mate.
Said, when we start the simul.
Believe it or not, we start the simul in about 20 to 30 minutes. We're going to see how far we get on the puzzle streak while we gather new players.
Arsenal Fan Ritchie
Said, QD1QH1.
Indeed.
T
Said, YFK Gugo 8G.
Arsenal Fan Ritchie
Said, That's easy for you to say T97364.
That's easy for you to say indeed. We're just waiting for a few more people to check in. Deathmaster, Theodore, Imbist, Gregory, and Clever Hero. I feel like T is Theodore.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. T97364 not necessary. Why?
Not necessary. Wow, this is very complicated.
T.
Said. AOA.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. QF8RG8QH6 is mate.
It is, but on Queen F8, King
Pegasus
H7.
SVE.
Said.
Oh,
2.
same thing. Same thing, rook takes.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. KH7RH6 is mate.
Yep, rook H6 is mate in any event. Check and recapture. Is this a math problem? We have 3 minor pieces, they have 3 minor pieces. We merely take one and then recapture the queen. Whoops. That could have been a mistake. Does this say we've done 25? 5, 10, 15, 20. 25 done, this will be 26. This is not an easy one. By any means.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. BXF2KH1QH3GXH3C5.
T.
That was not an
Said.
easy one by any means.
QH7.
Queen H7. Playing the other side of the table here. Alright. Could be time for a coffee break.
T.
Said. Not now.
When
Arsenal
it's not mate in
Fenrici.
2.
Said. T97364SNPT.
I think T997, his keyboard is stuck. Or he's got a toddler on his hands. This looks like a very straightforward
T.
skewer.
Said.
Whoa!
No.
I wasn't thinking. I was not thinking, ladies and gentlemen. Not thinking at all.
T.
Said.
Now we have to fly through. I was not looking or thinking at all in that one. I was so shocked that he took on F6. I felt that since we were already up bishop,
Bye-bye.
T97, are you in the simul?
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Is that enough content for you today?
T.
Said. Why?
T97 is a man of few words. Black to move. Check or check?
Arsenal Fenrici.
said. A man of few spellings,
Or just
Stockfish
taking the queen?
FC.
said. So am I.
Stockfish FC. Check. Check. Not check. Just a check to discover the queen, I guess. I'm always looking for mate first.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Being a man of few words and having limited vocabulary due to being a Chelsea fan are not the same thing.
Ironically, I think I still needed to find one more move. So much for my coffee break.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Arsenal fan Ricky so.
Threatening the discovered. Queen h7.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Yeah, he has got a chance, but I reckon Fabiano will win the candidates Stockfish.
Yeah, I think he has a very good chance of winning the candidates.
Shaken.
Not at all easy. Thank you for
A
subscribing
New
and
York
following.
style.
Said. E4 New York style.
Stockfish
A4 New
FC.
York style. Gotcha.
Arsenal fan Ricky who me.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Stockfish so.
How many are we at the moment? We're only at 6. I will accept everybody once we reach our 3 follows, which I think we have. We've definitely reached our 3 follows.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said.
Our follower goal.
NB3 RB2 is a pretty mate.
The Arabian mate, I believe. Check followed by check, picking up the rook. Fork.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Arsenal fan Ricky why you bully me aren't we friends?
Alpha Kraken, are you in this? Are you in the stream? This is a nice 2-stepper. Removing the defender.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. RB5 KC4 RB4 QD4.
Indeed. I have to slow down on solving these because people want to contribute. All right, coffee break really quickly. Please let me know if someone checks in that I
Arsenal
missed.
Fenrici.
Said. It's all good.
All right, coffee and tissues. We need tissues. Although I think we're very short on tissues throughout the house. I'll be back. Oh, the complimentary offer spiel. Look. moment of truth. Tissue box. Turns out we have more tissues in the house than I thought we did. Which is good. A wind advisory. From noon today till 6 p.m. So meanwhile,
Lizzie born.
It is 86.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. 86. Damn, that's really good.
Yeah, I usually get to 70-ish, and then it gets a little tedious. So I've been in the 70s many, many times. This is just mate in 1. I'm sorry that I left everybody on a mate in 1. Queen Lizzie. Alexa, when was Queen Lizzie born?
Queen Elizabeth, the child of George VI and Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother, was born on April 21, 1926 in Mayfair.
Stockfish FC.
Said. No cheating.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Who is Queen Lizzie?
Queen Elizabeth was born April 21st, 1926.
From Fox News. Queen Elizabeth overcame age for a lifetime of service and is the gold standard for leaders. The announcement of the abdication of Denmark's Queen Margrethe II, at age 83, cast light on the challenges and concerns raised by advanced age among world leaders and politicians. One need but consider the understandable preoccupations of American voters concerning the cognitive and physical capacities of President Joe Biden to realize the universality of this predicament. However, amidst these discussions, the remarkable commitment to serve Britain's monarchy for life stands out prominently. The dedication and competence displayed by Queen Elizabeth II until her passing last year were inspiring.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Shut up, Alexa.
Stockfish FC.
I
Said.
accidentally clicked on the
At
Danish
least the fun
queen
fact calms
abdicating
me.
at age 83. Yes. So the Danish queen abdicated at age 83. Looks like a free pizza on E4.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Did you know I live in Denmark?
I did not know you lived in Denmark. Denmark
Stockfish
is
FC
high on my list
said.
of places to visit.
She abdicated today.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Abdicate is the princess, right?
That is why it was in the news.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Married to Abdi Prince William.
Stockfish
Abdicate.
FC.
Got it.
Said.
Kate. Married
Now
Prince
King
William.
Frederick is king.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said.
King Frederick.
And their stepdad was Abdi al-Fayed.
Abdi al-Fayed.
Umutshimshek.
Said. When we start the simul.
Oh, there you go. Thank you for checking in. We're going to start the simul in less than 20 minutes.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. I'm joking, I just be al-Fayed for that joke.
Just be al-Fayed for that joke. Looks like mate in 2, right? Just a quick bishop shift. Check, check.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. They LL unalive me, I'll be dead as a doty.
Not stirred.
Mate in 3?
Shadow Chess.
Said.
Check,
Like us DR unknown
Check.
champion, please.
check. Thank you, Shadow Chess. Dr. Unknown Champion, you are in. Slowly getting everybody up to about 10 or 12, which is where we are usually when we are there. Uh-oh, did we lose somebody, or is he checking in on Twitch? Sometimes this disappears when you try to check in on Twitch or on YouTube. Subscribing to YouTube is the easiest way.
Shadow Chess.
Said. In the Twitch profile pic, is it you or someone else? LOL.
I believe it's me in almost every profile pic. Ah.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Shadow Chess, that was John during his meat eating phase. Nowadays he's vegan.
I have been vegan. I'm less, I wouldn't say vegan, vegetarian. But oat milk with my coffee is quite lovely. You have to get the barista blend, though, to have oat milk with any texture remotely likening milk. It involves more sugar,
Arsenal
though.
Fenrici.
Said. Oat milk is tasty actually.
Yeah, oat milk does
Shadow
the
Chess.
job.
Said. He looks quite young in the pic.
Let's see. My Twitch profile pic. I also have a picture of myself with Magnus from several years back. 7 years ago, I think. 7 years ago? Maybe 8 years ago. In Lillehammer. That picture was taken in Lillehammer.
Stockfish FC.
Said.
I've met Magnus
you
on
seen
more than one
Magnus?
occasion. Yes.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. But I couldn't be a vegan. Steak is one of the few things worth living for.
Oh, I still will go for steak at any given moment. So what could this possibly be? A discovery? And we also have to warn the viewers that we are on a GTO strategy, so therefore I'm going to be trying to round out all of my openings, if at all possible. So if I have a nice round
Arsenal
number here,
Fenrici.
Said. QA4NC6D5.
taking advantage of the pin by attacking again. I need that one, by the way. I need that one. So let's click on the game. Let's see if they found it in the game. Did they find it in the game? They didn't find it in the game. Even better that it didn't, because they didn't find it in the game, I end up adding it to my positions database.
Shadow Chess.
Said. I redeemed posture check.
Thank you so much for redeeming the posture check. I have two windows open, so they're obscuring all of my views of reward redemption, so thank you for letting me know. Yes, indeed. Hopefully I'm not too tall for the camera now. Let's move this up a little bit. Just in case. I don't lean into it. Oh, if I lean into it, I'm not obstructed. That's good.
I found a 2800 puzzle that occurred in a game on my puzzle dashboard. Turned out I found it, which was pretty sweet.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Stumped a couple of NMS on another stream last week.
That's very cool when that happens.
Hello there.
So this is white to move.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Wanna try it?
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said.
It might be tricky with
cool
this
one.
layout. Definitely post it in the Discord. We might be able to do it later.
Stockfish FC.
Said. PLS sent it to us.
And I haven't actually called
Stockfish
Quadrus
FC.
Vasci back.
said. Right here.
Yes, he's a VIP. I think he can send the link to a study.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Discord.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. https Lycus org training ACCKW.
$22. It restarted a little bit since we were here. Check. Check. We're being faced with mate, so everything has to be check. Rook check.
Stockfish FC.
Said. And also send us Arsenal's trophy collections. Prob L. I don't have any.
And we're going to stop the mate with a skewer. Or we're going to stop the mate with a ladder mate. One way or the other. Eres Diaz Olympico is going to up his score against me by 3.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. B4C5 looks pretty simple.
Yep. Pawn breakthrough is the name of the tactic. Pawn breakthrough. Or pawn promotion, depending on how you look at it.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. BH7.
H5, removing the defender of the knight. Can't stress how much these are essential. We need to seal the door on the king before we checkmate him. Trapping the knight. Then we have to travel over there to stop it with our knight,
chess.
yes?
Said. I am drunk non-Hampian. I withdraw. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were I am
Arsenal
drunk.
Fenrici.
Said. Stockfish, did
Don't
you
worry, I
solve
would have
it?
gotten you. I'm keeping a mental note. UK 9090920.
Stockfish FC.
Said.
2009 September
Stockfish
20th.
FC.
Said. Sadly.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. NXF2BG3.
That looks pretty
Stockfish
pretty
FC.
Said.
useful. There's no way to
Got the
decoy
first
us.
move though.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Stockfish, no worries, it's a pretty complicated one. I failed it when I looked at it with the NMS.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said. Somehow found it in game, which is hilarious.
Stockfish FC.
Said. Arsenal fan Ricky, thank you true friend.
We're approaching number 30. Looks like a free pizza. Taking advantage of a pin. Because something's not guarded. I need more attacking again exercises. I need more pins attacking the piece again. Desperado? I am going to take everyone as we've gotten our 3 follows, but I would love it for everyone to still check in on Twitch or on YouTube in the meantime. Usually provided we get everyone. I guess there is a way that my bishop could be trapped, but I can escape on c5. Shadow chess with the high emotes. I do have to move the screen to keep the simul alive and active. If I leave the screen, then the simul stops being
Shadow
advertised.
chess.
Said. Lol.
Shadow chess.
Said. The screen.
Yeah, I know. Just hanging out with the high there. The emote wall. I love it when it does that. Setting up a skewer, pawn promotion.
Shadow chess.
Said. Okay.
Did they see that in the game? Oh, you didn't see it in the game. That's so sad. Copy. This is our position. Whenever they don't see the tactic in the game, I add it to my book of things that you absolutely must know. Things that students have missed, mostly in my
Shadow chess.
Said. Now the screen hanged.
Now the screen hung? No! We are reaching the 3-hour mark on streaming, so I expect Twitch's audio to go out. And if Twitch's audio does go out, you will be able to watch
Shadow
the
chess.
simul
Said.
and hear the
Wait,
commentary
why didn't it show?
on YouTube. Why didn't it show? Indeed. Arsenal fans emotes. Absolutely classic.
Arsenal fan Richie.
Said. Tie.
No, seriously though. This looks like one that we would probably get wrong. What is going on here? Bishop f5 seems like the move. But after knight takes, that's not good. This is fascinating. Why is this one not so easy?
Arsenal fan Richie.
Said. Maybe it's RC2NC2BF5QF5QG3.
Yes, it has to be that. That's the only thing remaining to be true. Rook takes, followed by bishop f5.
Patates Marul.
Said. Me Sutlu Tantuni.
And then bishop f5, queen takes f5, queen takes g3, but it's mate. It's not made. Oh, it's made on G2. Whew. For some reason, I hallucinated that the queen was both on C2 and G3 at the same time.
Said, take me.
Oh, where are we? Hold the phone here. Gotcha. Sutlu Tatuni. Tantuni. Sutlu Tatuni. Got you. We are at
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said, Patates Merrill, what happened to the account you created yesterday?
yeah, really. Patatas. This one is also fairly complex. We do have to get ready.
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said, English isn't my first language. Cheating means something else in my country.
Oh yeah. We only made it to 33.
Patates Marul.
Said, I only closed.
So,
Arsenal Fenrici.
Said, why?
closing that screen for a moment. We'll bring this back up to 100%.
In fact, don't tell me carry on your merry way. I'm not the victim here.
Patates Marul.
Last call for Berlin Airlines.
I became only 2,200.
Patates Marul.
So we have a nice even number of 10.
My English is bad, sorry.
We can do 5 C3s and 5 G3s. All right, everybody. Make sure you're in, please. Please make sure you're in. By the way, this is for the French Bishop Chess Cast.
Arsenal Fenrici.
You may find the French Bishop Chess Cast on YouTube.
Merrill, it seems like your account retention is also bad.
Yeah, watching on YouTube is actually quite nice because you get high definition. And I have to do Charles today. Let's do that. So, are we ready? Everyone's in. Last call. And we're off. I did click on start. So we're doing 5 C3s and 5 G3s. C3, 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 and C3. Then we're going to do 5 D3s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoops. For a moment I thought I lost a pawn.
Fenrici.
Said, Here as my hot take, d3 is worse than a 3.
D3 is worse than a 3. It's definitely worse than D3 indeed. So D3, D5. We're going to play it in this manner. I don't play that many Londons. But I do like the Caro-Kann reversed here. E5. The early G4. Am I concerned for the safety of my bishop? Yes. H4. Oh no, Dudovich. You fell for one of the oldest tricks in the book. We're going to go with H4. We have a Gurganidze system backwards. A reverse Sicilian. He's actually threatening to hang on to the pawn in that case. Dr. Unknown Champion. Drunk Known Champion. What's the reason for the draw offer? What's the reason for the draw offer? Is there something going on that I don't know about?
Arsenal Fenrici
said. You're not escaping today. I'm gonna mute and concentrate fully and not allow myself to fall into time pressure.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We have to go out with C4 in this case. He's offering me a chance to take over a big center here. Not sure what he's doing.
Shadow Chess
said. I offered draw because it's 11 p.m. here and my mom is calling me. Could you please draw?
I will definitely draw. I don't know if I accidentally made a move. If I accidentally made a move, offer the draw again. And I will accept. I understand completely. If I didn't, by the way, accept that draw offer.
Umuchimshek.
Said.
Thought
Bro,
about
it's
king.
not rated.
It's definitely not rated indeed.
Shadow chess.
Said. Oh, AHH trick didn't work lol.
Trick didn't work. I wish. Good luck, everyone. By the way, I didn't get to wish everyone a good luck in that particular instance, but so he's stopping my minority attack, and his bishop is extremely annoying, so it has to go. What in the world is happening over here?
Shadow chess.
Said. Posture, sir, posture.
Thank you so much. Let's just keep on attacking. Do I wish to? No. We're going to continue this. Hi, hon. I didn't call you back. What's up?
Are you almost done?
I have about 30 minutes left, give or take.
Can you give Genesis a ride home?
Sure. It's not castle with my queen. So e4, knight e2, bishop there. He stopped my other false trick. We're just going to keep piling on the pressure. This looks like it's ruining his pawn structure.
Shadow chess.
Said. It's been an hour you didn't drink water, sir, water.
Thank you so much. You are the man. It has been. I subsist for the most part on coffee. I apologize immensely.
Shadow chess.
Said. Yet I am the man, woohoo.
My d3 square becomes a little weak. But since his bishop is there, I want to open up the lines here.
Shadow chess.
Said. Can I be a VIP as I am the man?
I haven't seen Drunken Dr. Unknown. Where's Dr. Unknown? Wait. You're still playing Dr. Unknown? making it a little bit more difficult here than it needs to be. I don't want to be the first to trade. That was to be expected.
Shadow chess.
Said. I'm playing because I'm the man.
Fair enough. So e6. Yes, this is an awkward moment. Removing the defender. This is definitely the most
said.
awkward
I'm
situation.
playing because I'm the Indian.
Let's go for it. Let us go for it.
Shadow chess.
Said. Okay, not gonna say anything, stay focused, no, oh man.
We're going for those weak squares. Let's not hang the G2 pawn. E5 square is mine.
Shadow chess.
Said. LOL Dojo, what is this? When you read my chat you laugh for 5 seconds and then just like tired man.
Indeed. Tired indeed. I need to keep attacking. The only way to save my pawn.
Shadow chess.
Said. You may buy a gaming chair for posture.
I do have a bit of a gaming chair here. Uh-oh. Is my D4 pawn hanging? Knight takes, bishop takes. This is not good. I could lose this one.
Arsenal fan Ritchie
said. Think you had e4 instead of bxf6.
Yeah, bishop f4 might have been better. Alright, the d6 square is mine, for what it's worth. I feel like I'm overworked. I'm very overworked here. It's a nice double attack on his part. Wow, am I completely overworked here? Bishop f4 instead of bishop f6. No, I mean f4. Now I'm in big trouble here. e4 New York has got me. I don't have a choice. Now the e7 square. Can't get at that square the way I want to. Bishop takes e3. I just have to play e3 first. think I made a mistake. Could have made a mistake. Knight takes c6. Is he really after this? My knight is so well placed. Let's just reinforce everything. Mm-hmm. Moment of truth. Let's tag the g6 pawn while we're at it. So the a2 pawn is hanging. C'est la vie. Is my rook getting trapped? Possibly. The d6 square is still mine. Do I take twice? Or do I tickle a pawn? I feel like I should tickle a pawn. Rook to d7. Oh, he's threatening bishop f3 check. Knight takes, knight takes. There's some technical difficulties arising here. Alright, f takes. Here a check, there a check, everywhere a check, check. So what was I planning on doing on this move? Taking over the D file? Takes, 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 takes. We're going to expand. I'm in trouble on this one. Mm-hmm. Alright, so now the moment of truth. Whether or not I can get my king to safety is the key component. Well, I can't do that, can I? Interesting. Let's see what he's got in mind. Rook to d1, Queen e6, f4, Bishop f5. This doesn't look good. Not at all what I was expecting. Check and mate threats later. The moment of truth. Are we winning any material out of this deal? Takes. Very annoying that he's escaping. Very annoying that he's escaping. How annoying is C3? C3 is pretty annoying. Alright, moment of truth. C3. Knight to C3 is only a band-aid. D6, D7 rules out any future knight G5s, or does it? So C6. Is he threatening me at all? He is threatening me. But I'm hoping for the X-ray. Takes. This queen is hanging, my queen is hanging. Mate is threatened. Yes. We have an extra pawn out of this deal, but he has an outside passed pawn. Could be bothersome. So the d5 pawn is hanging. The back rank is hanging. F4 is hanging. F7 is hanging. He has to take with the H pawn. We will keep tickling him. D4, CD4, knight D4. We don't have an extra pawn here. How much is the back rank hanging? That is the question in this one. How much is the back rank really hanging? And what do we accomplish by knight c4? F5, rook takes. What do we hope to accomplish with this? All I have to do is secure my knight, but how do I secure my knight? That is the question. How to secure the knight? He's getting knight e6 and he's getting all of my pawns. Knight d6. Takes, takes, takes. I'm completely shut off from the queen side. Ron, hey, I forgot who I'm playing here. So he gets rook takes g4. Let's get moving. Let's get moving. This could bode very poorly for him. Oops. Oh, he's trying for that, isn't he? Check followed by check. So if I don't go for it now, I don't get it. So he's picking up all of my pawns like checkers.
Vollkommen shaken, not stirred.
And I'm mated.
Anonymous player
said, "Greetings."
King f8, not expected. totally not expected. H4 is a good move. I have to look ahead to see if there's a I don't think I have a breakthrough. I do not have a breakthrough. But I can't let him get through either. Wow. Yes, A5 is the good move. I don't think I should be battling it out on this side of the board, but takes, and he wins. I do need a breakthrough on this side of the board. Oops. I did blunder. I did blunder. But I survived the blunder. Did I survive the blunder? Are we the last game going, Ron? Richie? Sorry, Ron. Sorry, Richie. So this is the last game going? Two wins. 7 wins, 2 losses. He's keeping me from breaking through, or is he? Just have to really decide where to put my bishop. His knight will have to move. Or his king has to move. This is where we avoid losing a tempo if he actually does get his knight to that square. Takes, check. King to f8. Can he cover G8?
Anonymous player
said. Outstanding fight no matter the result, this was a great game.
Whew. I think you had me, Richie. You had me. Richie definitely had me in this game.
Pegasus SVE
said. Thanks for the game, John. After your move c5 there was a good move for black b6, but txd7 was all I could think of. Then there was a save for you move bc8, think that bxc6 then b3. I have to play away my piece on a 2 with the moves a 5 and a 4, probably draw.
Woof.
Arsenal fan Richie
said. You played great there. I don't think either of us made any big mistakes until I blundered the ending.
I feel like you had the better of it, Richie, with that pawn storm. I don't know that you couldn't have clocked me at one moment. I'm trying to remember what it was. I definitely felt it that I was lost. Definitely felt it that I was lost.
Arsenal fan Richie
said. Maybe there wasn't a lot of time to calculate anything
Yeah, you were trying to draw at the end, obviously. The bishop versus the knight. The eternal battle as given to me by MD Knight Zero on the Amazon wish list. I didn't use the book. I'm using it to hold up my mouse to remind me that we need to do some streams on it. So here, I just felt like you were on the better end of it. This all looked good right here. And right here, I think that you could break through, no?
Arsenal fan Richie
said. I think I should have played nd3 instead of b5.
Yeah, that could have also worked. Yeah, go after my e4 pawn. Or actually here. Here I thought you definitely shouldn't lose this, but you're playing for the win. Knight f4 is best. And then knight d3. Obviously the computer is showing...
Arsenal fan Richie
said. I looked at this but didn't see any edge after bxb6.
I was definitely fighting for my life in that particular position. 80%, the best I could hope for. Ah. I was also very lucky against Eris. This was a nice critical weakening of this
Arsenal
diagonal.
said. Tough.
Yeah, it was a very valuable game. We both learned a lot. I thought I should play queen takes g5 here. Wasn't entirely sure that I was threatening anything necessarily. Queen takes g5, takes on e6, and rook to e8, and what do I have? Queen takes d5. Queen takes d5 would have alleviated all the pressure of the diagonal, right?
Anonymous player
said. GG.
Forgot about that. Anonymous player, thank you so much. The two people that clocked me really clocked me. Let's get to Ron's game.
Sup anonymous player, hope you're doing well. Sup and
Yeah, this was a very difficult position. A4. Yeah, I should have seen what you were threatening. I should have seen what you were threatening. I did not see what you were threatening.
said, "Hey, our
Bishop H3 first.
Anonymous player.
said, hope you're doing well too."
So Bishop E6. I really thought that I was getting the better of it on the
Arsenal
queen side.
Fenrici.
said,
Oh, you
Time
had
eight.
that.
"Time 8.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you. That was quite incredible, that whole thing. Yeah, I'm toasted after that. It wants me to play B5. How am I going to stop these pawns in any event after B5? A B5, Bishop B7. And then I have a pawn on A B5 to contend with that'll be closer to my king. Aha. And your pawns don't move as fast, and I get to try to come closer.
Anonymous player, good, thanks. You gonna play in the Slaggy Simmel this week?"
Simul's are good. I hope Bill is doing well. Bill is definitely underrated. He has to have a little bit better of an attitude, I think. But aside from that,
Anonymous player.
said, "No, unfortunately."
Arsenal Fenrici.
said, "P.S. Lupe."
Arsenal
he's been loopy his whole life.
said,
His whole life. He's been a
"But
very
I think he is
unusual.
doing okay."
He's a very unusual fellow. He's got a great outlook on chess in general. I'm in big trouble here, Ron, no matter what I do. Yeah, I realized once you pushed your A pawn that I had no stopping it, and then when I realized who you were. So here, King E2. I don't have to do anything in this position.
Pegasus SVE.
said, "BXC6 is better."
Ah, yes. Just bishop takes C6, and I shouldn't lose that either. I should get my king to this square and improve my knight. Indeed.
said, "BXC6, BXC6, K2, KD3, and NC4.
Pegasus
Yep.
SVE.
said, Then
B3. King C3, B3. So even here, though, I had the chance to bring my king closer, and I chose to make a pawn move instead of improving my king position. For whatever
Arsenal
reason,
Fenrici.
said,
I was really worried about my
"Bishop
dark
on a
squared
2
pawns.
looks weird but does so much."
I guess there's nothing to be afraid of here as long as these two are hanging. I didn't need to try to cash in so quick. Clever hero. Oh no, he didn't play. Maybe he didn't think that I was going to actually play him. Now, in theory, if I get 3 follows, I think that's in the terms of the simul, that I'm hoping for at least 3 follows. I usually accept everybody. It doesn't say any prerequisites here. I used to have a prerequisite for YouTube, but I think someone turned me into YouTube and I got suspended for a brief period of time for spamming. Basically, I was requesting YouTube subscriptions in return for entry to the Simul. And I think that's the only thing I could see among two reprimands by YouTube. If you've not yet subscribed to the YouTube, though, it helps the channel immensely. Absolutely immensely. And
Arsenal Fan Richie
said. Harsh.
you don't have to hit that subscribe button. Now, I did say that I could drive someone back, unfortunately, which is unfortunate at the same time as it is. I would like to continue streaming. But let me just look at New York style. He outplayed me completely. I'm already worse playing the London, right? It had nothing to do with H4, right? It did have everything to do with H4. I'm not sure why I didn't play E4 here. That was why I played knight to D2. Why did I not play E4 here? That must have been a simul faux pas and a half. I play knight to D2, forcing D5, and I actually had thought about that the whole time. This is all normal stuff for the most part. My bishop is secure. I've got squares. I might even have a weakness should black ever play C6 or C5. Ay, ay. So sad. Going back to the beginning, though, on our GTO.
Said. Do you need 500 subscribers on YouTube?
I do need 500 subscribers on YouTube. Apparently I'm supposed to be able to get something with 500 subscribers. There's some monetary contribution to the stream with 500 subscribers. Can you believe it? I'm a ways away. We do need to get our C3s in. Oh, I don't have to get our C3s in. I crossed out the wrong one. I need G3.
Arsenal Fan Richie
said.
G3.
Anonymous player, if you ever fancy a couple of friendly rapid games or whatnot, I have a mic, we can chat after playing some games some when.
And I'm good with G4 at the moment. Time for a new sheet, actually. I've crossed out enough. I've written in enough. I've crossed out D5 from my list. So basically, if white plays knight F3.
Anonymous player
said. Oh, would be happy to Arsenal Fan Ricky.
Oh, I thought I needed one more D5. Darn it. I went over 800 with the E5s. Might as well go to 810. C5s, I'm at 595. I can cross off the C5s. Knight F6s. Let's just make this a little bigger here. I need 2 knight F6s. 2 Alekines. How am I doing on the D5 division? I'm at 162? No! $62. That's terrible. In any event, let me give my grandson
Anonymous
some time.
player
said. Arsenal Fan Ricky, we'll keep in touch, bro.
And Yeah, we're all here every day for the most part. We're gonna raid Phoebe. Dina is playing in a real tournament. Thank you all for being here. Cheers and ciao. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Let's roll these credits for the French Bishop podcast of January 14th. I don't know if we
Anonymous
achieved our goal.
player.
Said. THX for the stream.
No, thank you for being here, Mom.
Anonymous player.
Said. Have a great one all.
We did reach 2,100 members of the dojo for the weekend. Even if we lose a few, we'll still be at 2,100 players for the dojo. We're all good. Anonymous player, Shadow Chess, E4 New York Style, T97, JSX, Stockfish at Football Club. Thank you so much for being here. Cheers and ciao, everyone. Thank you so much.
Arsenal Fan Richie.
Said. Take care fellas, tie for the game John.